The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at Arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Kim. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
God our Father, maker of heaven and earth, we come before you this morning to say thank you for giving us today. We thank you for allowing us to serve in this capacity. Lord, equip us with your compassion, your wisdom, and your unconditional love so that we may better serve the people of this Commonwealth. We pray for healing and comfort for the sick, strength for those overcoming addictions. We pray for peace on our streets, especially as we are learning about a workplace mass shooting in Chester City today. God, allow your powerful presence to be with the family members who are learning that their loved ones are gone. We ask for peace for our nation and peace abroad. We pray for safety for those serving our country and blessings for those who are struggling at home. God, as we do the work that you called us to do, may it be a pleasing in your sight. And in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance. Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Tuesday, May 24th, 2024 will be postponed until printed. The Speaker grants the committee to the Local Government Committee to continue their meeting. The Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, May 21st, 2024. House Bill 2313 to Education, House Bill 2314 to Game and Fisheries, House Resolution 447, and House Resolution 448 to Health. Referrals, May 22nd, 2024. House Bill 2315 to Finance, House Resolution 449 to Local Government, House Bill 2316, House Bill 2317, and House Bill 2318 to Transportation.
Colleagues, for our guests today, we're going to start with the guest pages. If the members can take their seats so we can acknowledge our guests. Our colleague, Representative Schweier, who serves the lead. Aaron Schweier, his youngest daughter. She is seated to the front of the House, and we are so excited that she is a 7th grade middle school student. She's a member of the Student Leadership Club. She plays volleyball, and she runs track. Welcome, Aaron. We're so glad to have you. Our colleague, Representative Delosier, that serves Cumberland County, also has a guest page here this morning. She's got Aisha Nasir, a junior at Cedar Cliff High School, along with Caleb Mashart, a senior at Cedar Cliff High School. Aisha and Caleb, we're so glad to have you across the river today. Welcome to the floor of the House. In the gallery, our colleagues that serve Philadelphia County, Representatives Fiedler and Waxman, have the Fannie Jackson Coppin School Home Band. The House will come to order. Our colleagues, Representatives Fiedler and Waxman, have in our midst in the gallery the Fannie Jackson Coppin School Home Band. Since 2010, the elementary and middle school home band, led by the indomitable Mr. Agaraskis, has been rocking and rolling in South Philly, along with the community, in the school and the community, and they'll be performing today at 12:15 on the front steps of the Capitol. Fannie Jackson Band, please stand. We can't wait to hear your tunes. Also in the gallery, our colleague that serves Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freitas, has the 8th grade wellness students from the Wilson West Middle School in Berks County, Pennsylvania. They are here to shed light on a serious issue impacting their generation, the rise of deepfakes. These disturbingly realistic AI-generated nude photographs have devastating consequences for young people. They cause deep humiliation, emotional distress, and even lasting damage to their reputations. We commend these youth leaders for their courage, for speaking out, and I encourage all of our colleagues to listen closely for what they're advocating for. We so thank you, wellness students from Wilson West. We appreciate you. Welcome. Also in the gallery, our colleague that serves Luzerne County, Representative Pashinsky, has the 2024 NEPA Scholarship Competition title holders. We are thrilled to welcome Ms. Wilkes-Barre Scranton, Victoria Vespico, Miss Luzerne County, Shakira Jackson, who's here all the time, Miss Northeastern PA, Cara Mia Hogan, Miss Wilkes-Barre Scranton's teen, Ariana Sperlin, Miss Luzerne County's teen, Miley McNicholas. These 5 title holders will be representing the NEPA Scholarship Competition Association at the Miss Pennsylvania and Miss Pennsylvania Teen Conference, which is coming up in June of 2024. They are joined by Charlie Casco, their executive director, and Dawn Senti, the teen director. Let's honor these young women for their hard work and their scholastic achievements. Also from Carbon County, Representative Heffley has his legislative district office intern here today. We are so excited to welcome Alvernia University junior Lindsay Martin, who is majoring in both marketing and economics. Lindsay, please stand. Thank you for your hard work this summer. Colleagues, this is the 3rd day in which the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus is hosting Speaker K. Leroy Irvis Day of Action. We appreciate the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Napoleon Nelson, the chair of the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus, for coordinating these activities and events happening actually both today and tomorrow. It is with tremendous honor, great humility, and a remarkable gratitude that I am thrilled to welcome back to the floor of the Pennsylvania House, the former First Lady of the 19th Legislative District. She's 91 years young and looking fabulous and continuing to advocate for voting rights. We appreciate the wife of the late, great, first African-American Speaker of the House, Kay Leroy Irvis, Mrs. Irvis, who is here with her granddaughter, Elise. We so appreciate you. Please stand. Welcome back to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Lancaster, Representative Smith Wade L., also has a guest page in the front of the House. We are so excited to welcome student Maya McNulty, a senior at McCaskey High School, who aspires to become an immigration attorney one day. Maya, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Colleagues, this morning in our midst, we have some guests that have traveled farther than all of us. They've come literally over the airwaves and the sea to join us. We are so very excited. I ask that you hold your applause until I welcome all of the guests. This morning, it is with great honor that on our institution's behalf, I welcome the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagban, Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana. He's a teacher, a lawyer, and an academic. He was elected Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic in 2021, becoming the first person in history in the Parliament of Ghana to be elected to the office of Speaker of the Parliament from a political party that did not control the majority of seats. Speaker Bagban is here with many members of the leadership delegation of the Parliament of Ghana. They are in Pennsylvania this week for a 3-day study to the Pennsylvania State Legislature, Pennsylvania House Archives, Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission archives to learn about the processes, the policies, and practices of establishing museums. The Parliament of Ghana celebrated 30 years of parliamentary democracy under the 4th Republic of Ghana in 2023. And as part of the celebration, they're establishing a parliamentary museum to commemorate the anniversary, educate, and also preserve history. We're thrilled to welcome the clerk to the Parliament, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Antigasha. We're thrilled to have the chairman of the Technical Committee on Establishment of a Parliamentary Museum, Mr. Richard Kwame Acheampong. We're thrilled to have the acting legal director, Nana Tuwa Achir. We're thrilled to have the director of works, Mr. Xavier Sikafor Capote. We also have the Director of Procurement, Mr. Mohammed Inchia, the Director. We have the Director of Protocol, Mr. Charles Tenzagi Dari. We have the Deputy Chief Administrative Manager of Records and Archives, Mr. Frank Boris Hemans. We have the Senior Research Officer, Mr. Prosper Hotu. We also have the Senior Research Officer, Dr. John Nathaniel Boateng. We have the Senior Curator of the Ghana Museums and Monuments Board, Ms. Elizabeth Asafo Ajay. We have the Principal Reporter, Mr. Leslie Lloyd Mark Dankwa, and we are thrilled to give you a warm Pennsylvania welcome to the Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana and all of these dignitaries that have traveled across the pond to come and spend some time with us here in Harrisburg. Welcome, Speaker Bagby. The House will temporarily be at ease. The House will come to order. In the gallery, our colleague that serves Montgomery County, Representative Malagiri, welcomes the North Penn swim team and the North Penn Knights girls swimmer, Maddie Fakish. The team has achieved remarkable success by recently winning the state championship. Maddie won the state championship for the 500 free while setting a new record for North Penn. North Penn, please stand, and congratulations especially to Maddie on setting a new record. Members, please take your seats. We do have more guests. If you could please take your seats so the guests can hear themselves be acknowledged. Please take your conversations off of the floor of the House so our guests can hear themselves being acknowledged. We're going back to the gallery where our colleague that serves Chester County, Representative Schusterman, has 2 students from the Delaware Valley Friends School as her guests here at the Capitol today. The school is in the 157th District. Elsa is in the 10th grade and Matthew is in the 12th grade. Please stand, students. We're so proud to have you here today. Welcome to the floor of the House. Also, our colleagues that serve Chester County, Representatives Friel and Schusterman, have brought the Manavan Girls Running Club from Phoenixville. They are accompanied with their club leader, Diane Lynch, and the Manavan Elementary School principal, Dr. Salato. Their focus on the running club is to develop female leaders and teach the girls that women can do anything and achieve their goals regardless of gender. With these running club leaders, please stand. We're inspired by all of you. Colleagues, we're waiting on just one more group to come in. While we wait, we will take the master roll call. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 202 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. For what purpose does the gentleman from Berks County, Representative Maloney, rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May 23rd, 1936 was a day that a young man was born and ultimately was raised in West Philadelphia. I knew you would like that. Such a special place to be born and raised. I wanted to give a shout out that tomorrow is my father's 88th birthday. Thank you.
The chair wishes Mr. Maloney, who grew up in the 191st Legislative District, where the chair resides, a very happy birthday. The House will come to order. Our final group of guests have arrived. Colleagues, if I can have your attention. Our colleague, Representative Kutz, that serves Cumberland County, is thrilled this morning to welcome the winners of There Ought to Be a Law from his district that are present this morning in the gallery. With the winner of Representative Kutz's There Ought to Be a Law contest, please stand. And I think there's several winners. We're so grateful to have all of you students here today. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, the Majority Chair of Appropriations, for a committee announcement. Representative Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Appropriations Committee will meet in the Majority Caucus room immediately at the break. House Appropriations Committee will meet immediately at the break in the Majority Caucus room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Schlossberg, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 1. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 1:30.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Dunbar, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 12:45. Republicans will caucus at 12:45. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The hour of 1:45 having arrived, the House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. HB 478, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to report is agreed to? HB 1743, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to report is agreed to? HB 2220, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Freeman, Chair of the Committee on Local Government, who reports the following bills. HB 451, reported as committed. Will the House agree that the bill is agreed to? HB 1442, reported as amended. Will the House agree that the bill is agreed to? HB 2147, reported as amended. Will the House agree that the bill is agreed to? HB 2166, reported as amended. Will the House agree that the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 749, reported as committed. Will the House agree that the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 887, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? It is agreed to. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, May 22nd, 2024. House Bill 2319, Aging and Older Adult Services, and House Resolution 450 to State Government.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 297, printers number 2542 on page 4 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the week of March 10th through March 16th, 2024 as Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Week in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Rob Matzi.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 201, the nays are 1. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 397, printers number 2949 on page 6 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the week of May 6th through May 12th, 2024 as Women's Lung Health Week in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Donna Oberlander.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the resolution. The ayes are 201, the nays are 1. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 440, printers number 3102 on page 8 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Sapedi Freites.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 201, the nays are 1. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1486, printers number 2996 on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides co-payments for subsidized child care to address the issue of a benefits cliff.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2251, printed number 3023 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for processing of abandoned vehicles.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2233, printed number 3052 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for accident scene clearance.
Representative Curry offers A04519. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, maker of the amendment and the bill, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Speaker. This is an agreed-to amendment by the State Police and the Towing Association, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Chair requests the gentlelady to provide the members a brief summary of the amendment.
Summary of the amendment. Okay, so basically this amendment is, can you help me because I wasn't. Thank you. This amendment narrows the scope of the bill and clarifies that a tow truck operator cannot be convicted of a violation related to one-way roadways, rotary traffic islands, stopping, standing, parking, or size, weight, and load when directed by an on-duty police officer. Thank you, Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will vote no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 201, the nays are 1. The amendment is adopted. Well, the House agreed the bill is agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1018, printers number 1275 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill extends the protections provided to child witness during civil and criminal proceedings to administrative proceedings before the Department of Human Services.
Will the House agree to the bill? The House will temporarily be at ease. House will come to order. It's the chair's understanding that the gentleman from Columbia will withdraw the amendment. Chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 348, printer's number 2746 on page 5 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution honoring Jacobus Franciscus Jim Thorpe by designating May 28, 2024 as Jim Thorpe Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Doyle Heffley.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentleman from Carbon, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask for an affirmative vote on this resolution. I do run this resolution every year in recognition of who I believe was the greatest American athlete, Native American. I just wanted to real quick reflect on a story this past weekend in the town of Jim Thorpe. We had a recognition program and ceremony for Jim Thorpe's birthday, and his grandson John Thorpe was there, and he just came over to me and thanked me for this resolution every year, saying how proud his grandfather would be if he knew now the recognition he is receiving, which is well overdue. So I thank you for this resolution. Would ask for an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Rabb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this resolution by my colleague from Carbon County, and to also share a vital perspective on Jim Thorpe as informed by conversations with stewards of his extraordinary legacy. These stewards include the Sac and Fox Tribal Nation, members, descendants of Jim Thorpe, and the Bright Path Strong community who are committed to sharing the unvarnished truth about this man and the times that forged this force of nature, affectionately known in Native circles as Akapamata, or caregiver. Jim Thorpe, whose native name was Wathohuk, or Bright Path, was a member of the Sac and Fox Nation on his father's side and was descended from the citizen Potawatomi Nation on his mother's side. These ancestral ties were not incidental. They were foundational to Thorpe's identity and his unwavering dedication to advocating for Native rights. And in his own words, Wathohuk was more proud of being descended from Chief Black Hawk than any of his unparalleled athletic accomplishments. Jim Thorpe served as a beacon of inspiration for not just Native peoples, but all communities of struggle and sports fans worldwide. A man who received posthumously the recognition of Presidential Medal of Freedom awarded in May of 2024. This honor is a testament to Thorpe's enduring impact on American culture and athletics. And it serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of recognizing Native excellence amid long ingrained systems of oppression. The Snyder Act of 1924, passed by Congress a century ago, granted full U.S. citizenship to Native people born in this country. And despite the 15th Amendment enacted in 1870, which had been in effect for over 50 years and guaranteed voting rights regardless of race, Native adults were barred from exercising their franchise until after the Snyder Act became law. And even after in its enactment, Native people still faced obstacles to voting as states retained the authority to determine their eligibility. And it took over 40 years for all 50 states to remove long-standing prohibitions on voting for indigenous people, a period notably spanning over a decade after Jim Thorpe's Olympic achievements, during which he was denied many of the rights extended to his white teammates. One such institution that birthed Jim Thorpe's meteoric rise as a world-class athlete was by no means a bright path for thousands of other Native youth from all over North America. The Carlisle Indian Industrial School was the first government-funded Indian school established, as its founder proclaimed, to kill the Indian, save the man. The Carlisle School, just 30 minutes from this Capitol complex, was the progenitor of the cultural genocide of Native youth across North America. It was the model for the brutal, forced assimilation of Native youth across dozens of such government-funded institutions of torture and despair. And it is a bitter irony that in a state whose Quaker founder established the colony of Pennsylvania as a safe haven from religious persecution, that noble cause was lost on the Carlisle School. With the benefit of taxpayer dollars, not only forced religious practices that many Native students did not subscribe to, members of its faculty literally beat the Native culture out of these vulnerable children over generations. Children often kidnapped from their families, hundreds or thousands of miles from their tribal homes. These children's hair were forcibly shorn. Their languages and cultural and spiritual practices were banned, and many of them never made it back home or even out of Carlisle Barracks, where the Carlisle Indian School was established. Having recently visited this cemetery, I paid homage to the lost souls buried there, remains of Native youth that have yet to be repatriated to their respective nations. Fortunately for the world, Jim Thorpe made it out of Carlisle to do amazing things, but his remains are in a town he never stepped foot in. These are some of the indelicate truths this body rarely, if ever, lifts up within this opulent edifice that the stridently anti-Native President Teddy Roosevelt christened when this Capitol building was opened roughly 120 years ago, adorned with tableaus and tiles whose deceptions and falsehoods are built into the very architecture of the People's House. And so we fill the void of ignorance and denial with false narratives and caricatures of various tribes that thrived on this land for millennia before treaty after treaty was broken or disregarded, and whole tribes were dispossessed of their lands and forcibly expelled for the benefit of the sons and daughters of waves of European immigrants for generations in what school children across our nation refer to as manifest destiny, but was nothing less than occupation and ethnic cleansing. This is the context in which Jim Thorpe and so many other Native people struggled and thrived. And to ignore or erase this history is an insult to the legacy of Jim Thorpe. Jim Thorpe is so much more than a town in Carbon County. He was a man who excelled like few others in his time, not because of society, but in spite of it. And he did so all the while embracing what this nation sought
the
to
gentleman
strip
will
from him.
suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from Carbon rise?
I think the gentleman from Philadelphia is far astray from actually the content of the resolution in recognizing Jim Thorpe on his birthday instead of a history, or his perceived history of the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All members should be aware that their comments have to be confined to the contents of the bill in front of us. The bill in front of us is House Resolution 348, and the chair gave great latitude to the maker of the resolution in honoring the gentleman's birthday to talk a little bit more about him than the date he was born, opening the door for this gentleman from Philadelphia to talk about things as well regarding this gentleman that we're celebrating his birthday. The gentleman will continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will conclude my remarks, but I must mention that the Carlisle School was mentioned in the resolution, and it is an institution that very few people in this body understand. So providing that context, I think, is particularly important in light of the fact that his extraordinary accomplishments, for which we celebrate with Jim Thorpe Day, are within a context of extraordinary adversity which our Commonwealth helped to facilitate. And so while it is uncomfortable, it is a fact, and is facts that we can learn from. And so this is a man who excelled not because of his society, but in spite of it. And he did so all the while embracing what this nation sought to strip from him when he wasn't bringing home medals: his identity, his native community, and his humanity. While I urge a yes vote on this resolution, let this be just the start of more substantive legislative efforts around ancestral repatriation, land back, and related policy work to repair what we collectively, as a governmental body, have been so complicit in destroying. And then, and only then, will the legacy of Jim Thorpe be truly exalted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the resolution. I'd learned an interesting fact very recently, actually, regarding Jim Thorpe and his accomplishments. And it's not one that is commonly referenced in the history books, but if you look at one of the famous photos of him on the track field, you'll notice the good gentleman has two different shoes. One of the reasons for that is because one of his shoes disappeared on the second day of competition. And theories swirled whether it was a competitor or someone else who took that shoe. And Jim Thorpe rummaged through the trash to find the second shoe that he would wear to compete and win the event. Madam Speaker, I think his accomplishments, despite the adversities, are well worth our recognition, and I thank the good gentleman from Carbon County for putting this resolution in.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the resolution. The ayes are 200, the nays are 2. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 478, printers number 3051, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for restraint systems.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? And on that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative McAndrew.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the father of 3 young girls under 3 and the new owner of a plug-in hybrid vehicle, I can tell you firsthand the fasteners that are in today's vehicles that are protecting our kids on the roads. Whenever I learned about this loophole and then expanded knowledge on it, it's really something that's pretty wild to me that we don't have these protections for certain vehicles. Adding these protections, making sure our kids are safe on the roads is very vital, and I urge for a yes vote on this today.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 124, the nays are 78. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative. Bill passes the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1743, printers number 3149 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill enhances and makes more efficient the training of elected school board officials.
Will the House agree to the bill? This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, will the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair first goes to the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Monroe County, Representative Madden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of 1743. School boards have a tremendous responsibility to ensure children are receiving a quality education in a safe environment. Additionally, these responsibilities require certain levels of understanding over a wide range of ever-changing and extremely challenging topics. Elected school board directors should be able to utilize a trusted outlet for their required training. This bill will implement a more efficient and effective means to ensure our school board directors have access to high-quality training. The better trained our school board members are, the more they can ensure our schools are providing the best education possible to our children while maintaining fiscal responsibility. I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, Chair recognizes the Chair of Education, Minority Chair Representative Topper of Bedford County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure we're very clear in terms of this body of what currently can happen if school boards or school districts are seeking training for those school boards. There are over 50 options from a list of approved providers registered with the Pennsylvania Department of Education. This is not a matter of that we don't have options available. The concern that I have with this bill is that we're going to limit those options to one entity which currently fits with the description as laid forth in the bill. We acknowledge that every school district is different. Every one of them have different challenges, and I believe that the current option that we have provides the most flexibility for school districts to provide the training that they think best fits the needs of that school district. I also just generally have a little bit of a problem with those of us who are elected officials at the state level mandating training for elected officials at other levels. I can only imagine how this body would feel, judging by what we've seen in Congress recently, if for some reason our federal elected officials wrote a bill that would require us to undergo training that the federals decided would be appropriate for the state legislator, considering particularly one of those classes could be how to run a committee meeting as seen in Washington, D.C. I don't think we need to be mandating or authorizing only one provider to be available for this training at a local level. I think it's bad public policy, and I would urge a no vote on 1743. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gleim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since this bill was introduced, another statewide organization representing school boards has been created in the state. The bill was amended yesterday to guarantee that the Pennsylvania Department of Education can only authorize the Pennsylvania School Boards Association to administer this training, as they are the only organization who now meet the criteria outlined in the bill. At best, this is special legislation for an interest group. At worst, this is an unconstitutional delegation of statutory authority. As written, the bill requires the Pennsylvania School Boards Association to do 2 things: prepare and offer approved training programs, and 2, recommend quality alternative training programs to the department. Although some parameters were added to the bill to ensure that the department has final say over the training programs, the bill does nothing to address the fact that the department is only permitted to approve alternative training programs that come at the recommendation of PSBA. I am of the belief that we should not be delegating current governmental functions to a non-governmental agency. We should not be limiting the department's authority to approve training providers based on the recommendation of a non-governmental agency. I will be opposing House Bill 1743 and ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lebanon, Representative Diamond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1743 for one simple reason. This bill is just not ready for prime time. Yesterday, the House considered just one of the 7 amendments filed to this bill, and that leaves us with a final product that contains unfinished sentences, inconsistent terminology, and undefined terms. That's what happens when special interest groups who benefit from a particular piece of legislation have too much sway in drafting it. We had the opportunity yesterday to discuss several important, relevant, and as the prime sponsor said, wide-ranging and extremely challenging topics that were filed as amendments. Ensuring school board members are trained on the importance of parental control over access to sexually explicit materials, opening the training process up to fair and transparent bidding process, and holding non-governmental entities to the same standards as state agencies when they are given monopoly authority they quite frankly shouldn't have. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, none of these critical measures were able to be heard or debated as they were tabled in one fell swoop by the humble majority. Madam Speaker, we hear the term threat to democracy tossed about too far often these days, but the bill before us, as a result of yesterday's parliamentary gymnastics, which silenced the voice of constituents all across this Commonwealth, is the embodiment of the only real threat to democracy we actually face. I urge a no vote on House Bill 1743.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're hearing today about how this bill doesn't help school boards, how it's putting a burden on different districts, how it may be skewed one way or the other. But remembering for the years that I served on the school board, 1 Democrat, 8 Republicans, 4,500 members make up school boards of both sides of the aisle. This organization is made up of those 4,500 volunteers in the state of Pennsylvania that make up the school board. PSBA is governed by the 4,500 school board members that make up the organization, and they're asking to make sure they have all the needs that they should have. Now, serving on a board and seeing new members come in like you're drinking from a fire hose, this is needed. This is needed by this organization, and we should be talking about putting it in. And if it needs to be amended, we all know that when it goes to the other side of the building, there'll be an opportunity to amend it. But our school boards are responsible for almost 95% of the taxes that our residents pay. Could you imagine that in property taxes, not being able to go in and be trained on this? We need to put this in now. And if there are amendments that didn't make it here, well, let's make it on the other side of the aisle, but let's not waste any more time with this. PSBA is made up by both Democrats and Republicans. And I don't know what the percentage is of either, but I know it's a mix, and we need to get this bill across the line. I would ask everyone for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was a school board member myself for a couple years, went to PSBA training, was pretty much the waste of an afternoon. I wouldn't even recommend it, much less mandate it, so I strongly oppose this bill.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Carbon, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just would point out, as one of the previous speakers had referenced, that the PSBA is funded by the school districts. And I would say that the PSBA is funded directly by property taxes, because that's where the school boards get the money to belong to that organization. So now demanding that every school board must be trained by the PSBA, I think is the wrong thing to do, and I would ask for a negative vote.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 103, the nays are 99. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1958, printers number 3077 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for a tax benefit for employers who contribute to employee child care.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Montgomery County, Representative Hambidge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pennsylvania loses an estimated $3.47 billion annually as a result of insufficient child care, according to a study by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. That number includes $591 million in tax revenue lost annually because of child care issues. Absences and employee turnover cost Pennsylvania employers $2.88 million per year. We need access to child care to ensure a functional economy, because without that access, there is no workforce, no tax revenue, and our economy halts. Most importantly, families who can't afford or access child care can neither afford to work nor afford essential necessities to maintain their families. As of last year, over 50,000 children in the Commonwealth need child care, and over 35,000 children sit on wait lists to obtain that care. Current staffing shortages mean that over 1,500 classrooms are closed, in which an additional 30,000 children could have been receiving care. 84% of child care centers report staffing shortages, and low wages and lack of benefits have resulted in almost 4,000 open staff positions. One of the driving factors of child care accessibility is staffing shortages caused by insufficient wages. The average pay for early childhood educators in the Commonwealth is $12.43 an hour, or less than $26,000 a year. By comparison, the starting pay at some large box stores is $26 an hour. Sorry, $16 an hour. How are child care centers, which are vital to our economy, expected to compete? In all 67 counties in the Commonwealth, earnings for child care workers fail to meet cost of living, and over 20% of the early childhood education workforce relies on benefits like SNAP and Medicaid. Our child care ecosystem in this Commonwealth is very fragile and currently at significant risk of failing. We are not alone in this issue. 1/3 of the U.S. workforce, or an estimated 50 million workers, has a child under 14 in their household, and states across this country are looking for legislative solutions to solve the child care access crisis. While this bill is a modest step in alleviating some of the impact that lack of child care has on families and businesses, it is an important one. By creating partnerships with employers who are willing to help cover employees' child care costs, we are able to better bolster our economy and strengthen our future. We have seen the impact in other countries where making child care affordable and accessible has tremendously increased labor participation rates, particularly among women, and therefore revenue. We as a Commonwealth cannot afford to fail to take action to make high-quality child care accessible for all. I want to share my gratitude to the good lady from Philadelphia for her work on this bill, the chairman of the Finance Committee and his wonderful staff, and I respectfully ask for your support in passing this legislation. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 155, the nays are 47. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2220, printer's number 2956 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill allows real estate appraiser trainees to work with multiple supervisors and lowers the years of experience required for appraiser supervisors.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Berks, Representative Guzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Today I rise in support of House Bill 2220. This bill amends the Real Estate Appraiser Certificate Act of Pennsylvania, specifically addressing the certification process for appraisal trainees. It mandates that the State Board of Certified Real Estate Appraisers issues an appraiser training license to individuals who meet educational requirements without requiring an examination. Trainees, however, must still work under the direct supervision of a certified residential or general appraiser to gain necessary experience. Members, the reason why this bill is so important for us to pass today is because this will streamline the process for hiring and training new appraisers in the Commonwealth, thereby addressing the shortage of qualified appraisers in the city of Reading and all across the Commonwealth. Reducing the experience needed to become a supervisor from 5 years to 3 years will make it easier to find eligible supervisors across the Commonwealth. And again, this will encourage the growth and development of new professionals in this field, which we hope will lead to a more robust real estate market with quicker and more efficient property valuations, and ultimately that will benefit our state economy for the better. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I urge a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 202, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes Representative Kulik, chair of the Committee on Game and Fisheries, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2106, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? For what purpose does the gentleman from Lancaster rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to object to the report from that Game and Fish Committee concerning House Bill 2314, House Bill 2106, House Bill 2107, and House Bill 2108.
The gentleman, Representative Cutler, has raised an objection to the report of the Committee on Game and Fisheries containing House Bills 2106, 2107, 2108, and 2314, pursuant to the provisions of Mason's Manual, Section 676. The House decides whether a committee report is properly reported. On that question, the chair recognizes the Minority Leader, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I object to the report from the Game and Fish Committee because there was no formal motion to report any of the bills on the committee agenda prior to a final vote being taken this morning. Additionally, there was no motion to adopt an amendment to House Bill 2106 prior to a final vote being taken on that amendment in committee. And finally, there was no motion to call up and report House Bill 2314 that was not on the committee agenda, but which was still considered under the any other business provision during the committee meeting. I realize that this was not raised at the time in the committee. However, not every member in this chamber sits on that committee, and this is our opportunity to object. We could go down the road of quoting Mason's Manual or past practices of the House or whatever other direction we would want to go, but I have serious concerns about the precedent that will be set regarding the failure to actually make a motion and rely simply on the majority of the members present believing that something occurred. Madam Speaker, our House rules define formal action as any vote or motion of a member of the standing committee. Since no motion was properly made in committee to report the bills or to adopt the amendments, these bills were not properly reported from the Game and Fish Committee. Therefore, I ask my colleagues to object at this time to the committee report so the bills can be returned to the Game and Fish Committee, where they can be properly motioned and considered and reported, to which I would not object. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I recognize the good faith objection raised by the Minority Leader. I would note, however, House Bill 2106, 2107, 2108, and 2314 were all passed by the Game and Fisheries Committee in accordance with our House rules. Specifically, Section 638 of Mason's Manual outlines that the rules of procedure in committees related to debate are less formal than the rules of the body. Specifically, it states motions are not required to be seconded. Furthermore, there were no objections made during the meeting to the manner in which the bills were brought forth, nor were there any objections made in the manner in which the votes were taken. Additionally, it's my understanding that both the minority and majority chairs signed the committee report. As such, I would ask that all members vote to accept the committee report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those who believe the committee report is properly reported will vote aye. Those who believe it is not properly reported will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the objection that the yeas are 102, the nays are 100. A majority having voted in the affirmative, the report is properly reported. The chair is in receipt of some good information. Today, the gentleman from Blair County is celebrating his birthday. Happy birthday, Representative Jim Gregory. In a few hours, the entire body can wish representatives from Allegheny County, Arian Abney, and representative from Montgomery County, Matthew Bradford, who knew they were born on the same day, a happy birthday. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1486, House Bill 2233, House Bill 2251, Senate Bill 1018. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 851, House Bill 1367, House Bill 1867, House Resolution 298. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Adams, Representative Ecker, rise?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a brief announcement.
The gentleman is in order and may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, May is a very busy month in the Ecker household as far as birthdays are concerned, but today happens to be my son's 9th birthday. Oliver, happy birthday.
The chair wishes Oliver a very happy birthday. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Chester County, Representative Sappy, rise?
A brief announcement.
The gentlelady's in order and may proceed.
I'd also like to wish my mother a very happy 91st birthday today.
The chair wishes the mother of the gentlelady from Chester County a very happy 91st birthday. Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Washington County, Representative O'Neill, that the House now adjourn until Monday, June 3rd, 2024 at 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the House stands adjourned until Monday, June 3rd, 2024 at 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.